Welcome to Moonlit Insomniac, a place where time slows, the world softens, and stories become bridges between dreams and memory. We journey high into the misted peaks of Peru, to a city of stone that breathes, hums, and remembers. They call it Machu Picchu, but long before it had a name, it was a whisper between earth and sky. As you listen, let the rhythm of your breath match the heartbeat of the mountain. Let the sound of the wind and the stone lead you gently into rest. Every word is a step, every pause a doorway, and somewhere between them, you may begin to feel what the ancients once knew, that even the stones dream. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Clouds. The path was narrow, almost secret, curling up the mountain like a whispered memory. It began at the edge of a cloud, where orchids clung to damp rock faces and ferns unfurled like emerald feathers. The air was thin but fragrant, wet earth, moss, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers that had no name. Tupac walked ahead, his pace unhurried, the rhythm of his stick steady against the stones. His poncho, the color of rust and rain, brushed the dew-heavy ferns as he climbed. The mist around him seemed alive, folding and unfolding, parting to reveal glimpses of steep terraces, then closing again like the breath of the mountain itself. Elian followed several paces behind. The long journey had quieted him. Words felt out of place here. The mountain was vast, older than memory, and even the wind moved with reverence. He lifted his gaze toward the path ahead, where Tupac's form appeared and vanished in the mist, like a spirit leading the way. "Slowly," Tupac said, his voice soft but carrying. "This mountain does not hurry, and neither should we." Elian smiled faintly, though Tupac did not turn to see it. There was something in the old man's tone, not command but communion, as if he were repeating not his own wisdom, but something the mountain had told him long ago. They continued upward, each footstep softened by moss. The forest thickened, and with it came silence, a silence not of absence, but of fullness. Beneath the hush there was sound, a trickle of unseen water, the call of a distant bird, the sigh of air moving through the trees. Tupac paused at a bend in the path. Turning slightly, he looked back at Elian, his eyes bright as river stones. "Can you hear them?" he asked. Elian tilted his head. "Hear what?" "The stones," Tupac said simply, smiling. "They are speaking. Always speaking. Only those who have slowed their hearts can understand." He turned again and began walking, his poncho sweeping softly over the earth. Elian listened, though not with his ears alone. There was a hum beneath everything, a quiet pulse that seemed to rise through his feet and into his chest. It wasn't sound exactly, nor imagination. It was something older, like the earth remembering itself. The higher they climbed, the thicker the mist became. The world dissolved into shifting layers of white, where shapes came and went like memories. Sometimes Tupac disappeared entirely, only to reappear a few steps ahead, his silhouette re-emerging from the fog. It felt less like a journey through space, and more like passing between worlds. At last, Tupac stopped again. His breath misted in the air, slow and steady. "You have come far to meet the dreaming stones," he said, turning toward Elian. "But they do not show themselves to those who come seeking photographs. They reveal themselves only to those who remember." Elian frowned slightly. "Remember what?" Tupac smiled. "That they too are alive." He gestured forward. As the mist parted, the first outlines of Machu Picchu emerged. Terraces cut into the green slope, walls rising with impossible precision, every stone balanced as though placed by the breath of the earth itself. The citadel seemed not built, but born. Light filtered weakly through the clouds, bathing the stones in a pale gold shimmer. Even the silence here was different, deeper, almost conscious. They passed beneath a low stone archway, its edges worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Beyond it, the terraces opened into a vast amphitheater of earth and sky. This place, Tupac said, resting a hand on the wall, was built by listening. He tapped the stones gently with his knuckles. Each one was placed not by force, but by patience. The builders waited until the stones sang. Elian knelt to look more closely. The fit was perfect, seamless. He could not have slid a blade of grass between the blocks. And yet, there was softness in the structure, a sense of belonging, as though each stone had found its home. Tupac continued. No earthquake has ever broken these walls. When you build with harmony, the world holds you together. A condor drifted across the mist above them, its wings spanning wide and silent. The bird caught the light briefly, then vanished into cloud. Tupac bowed his head slightly. The condor carries messages between worlds, he said. When it circles above us, the ancestors are listening. They stood for a while in stillness. The wind moved through the terraces like breath through a flute. Elian felt a stirring of something ancient. Grief and wonder braided together. Do you know, Tupac asked, what Machu Picchu means? Elian shook his head. Old mountain, the guide said, but that is not its true name. The true name is not spoken. The Quechua people say a name has spirit. When it is spoken too often, it loses its power. So the mountain keeps its name inside itself, where only the heart can hear. He turned, pointing toward the terraces below. Each level was once a garden. Maize, coca, quinoa, each grew at the height the gods intended. But the terraces were also prayers. Every step was a breath, every wall a mantra to balance sun, rain, and wind. The people here knew that everything had a place, the stars, the stones, even silence. The fog shifted again, revealing the golden rim of the sun cresting the mountain. The light spread slowly, sliding across the stones, catching in the wet moss until the entire citadel glowed as if it were breathing light. Elian placed his palm against the wall. It was cool, yet alive. Beneath the surface, he could feel something, movement, faint and rhythmic, like a pulse. Tupac nodded. They remember the hands that shaped them, the laughter, the storms. Every sound ever made here has left its echo within these walls. That is why we call them the dreaming stones. They never sleep, they simply change the way they remember. He motioned for Elian to sit beside him on one of the terraces. Below, the valley stretched into infinity, swallowed by clouds. The air smelled of rain and time. People come here for mystery, Tupac said. They ask, how was it built? But the greater mystery is why. The Inca built because the earth asked them to. They heard her breathing. They did not see themselves as rulers, but as caretakers of her dream. He looked toward the distant peaks, his eyes reflecting the color of the sky. Every sunrise, they gave thanks for being allowed to help her remember herself. A rumble of thunder rolled far away. The sound moved through the valley like a drumbeat, deep and slow. The mist shimmered in the light, shaping and reshaping like memory itself. Tupac stood, motioning toward a single stone at the center of the terrace. It was shaped like a heart, worn smooth by centuries of touch. Place your hand upon it, he said quietly. Elian hesitated, then obeyed. The stone was cold at first. Then, slowly, it seemed to warm beneath his palm. A subtle vibration rose through it, steady, ancient, and impossibly deep. It was as though the mountain itself was breathing through the rock. Tupac's expression softened. That is not imagination. This place lives. The hum you feel keeps the valley in balance. It calls the rain. It steadies the wind. It holds the memory of every soul that has passed here. Elian closed his eyes. For a moment, everything fell away. the wind, the cold, even thought. There was only rhythm, a pulse that belonged to the earth and to him at once. When he finally stepped back, the world seemed quieter. Not silent, but harmonious, as if something inside him had found its tuning. Tupac smiled faintly. "Now you are listening," he said. "The mountain remembers those who listen. The rest of the journey will show you what you have remembered." He began walking again, ascending the carved stone steps that led higher into the mist. The light shimmered through the fog, breaking into fragments of gold and white. Even the air felt alive, filled with a subtle hum that seemed to sing between heartbeats. From somewhere above came the sound of a flute, soft, distant, and haunting. Tupac paused, head tilted. "Amaya is near," he said. "She tends the llamas on the next terrace. You will meet her soon." He began humming, a low, rhythmic sound that blended with the wind. It wasn't a melody meant to be remembered, only felt. The sound seemed to ripple through the mist and disappear into the stones themselves. As they climbed, the fog parted one last time. Below them, the full sweep of Machu Picchu unfolded, the terraces like stairways to heaven, the sun temple gleaming faintly, the sacred plaza at rest. It was as if the city itself were dreaming, and they had stepped quietly inside its dream. Tupac turned to Elian, his eyes bright. "Now," he said, "the dreaming stones have seen you." He smiled softly, the wind lifting his poncho. "And they will remember." The mist folded around them again, and the mountain exhaled. Chapter 2. The Keeper of the Llama Path. The mist had begun to thin by the time they reached the next terrace. Light filtered through it like liquid gold, spilling across the moss and stone. The air smelled of grass and clean earth. A distant flute still drifted on the wind, its notes winding through the mountains like a prayer that had forgotten its words. Tupac lifted his hand, listening. "That will be Amaya," he said. "She plays for the llamas. They walk more gently when she does." Elian followed his gaze. A little farther along the path, a figure appeared through the mist, slender, with long black hair bound loosely at her back. She wore a woven shawl of ochre and turquoise that caught the sun like the wings of a bird. In her hands she held a small reed flute, carved from river cane. The melody she played was simple, but it held something of the mountain within it, patient, circular, eternal. As she saw them, she lowered the flute and smiled. "Tupac," she called, her voice bright as morning. "You took your time." Tupac chuckled. "The mountain decides the pace, not I." Amaya approached, leading 2 llamas laden with baskets of herbs and cloth. Their thick fur was flecked with mist, their dark eyes gentle and curious. She touched one lightly on the neck, calming it as it shifted its weight. "They've been restless," she said. "The air feels different today." "The stones are listening," Tupac replied. "They do that when someone new walks among them." Amaya turned her gaze to Elian, studying him with quiet curiosity. "You've come far," she said. "I have," Elian admitted. "But I feel as though the mountain has been walking toward me as well." At that, Tupac smiled approvingly. "He listens already," he said. Amaya tilted her head, her eyes glinting with amusement. "We shall see." She reached into one of the baskets on the llama's back and drew out a handful of small, round stones, each polished smooth by the river. "Do you know what these are?" Elian shook his head. "They are listening stones," she said. "When we work in the fields, we place them near our crops. They remind the plants that they are being cared for. It's an old custom, one of my grandmother's." She held one out to him. It was warm from her hand, smooth and heavy. Place it near the earth, she said, and thank it for holding you. Elian knelt and pressed the stone into the soil at the edge of the terrace. The ground was damp and cool. He stayed there for a moment, letting his fingers sink into the moss. The stillness of the place seeped into him, softening the noise inside his thoughts. When he rose again, Amaya was watching him with a faint smile. "You hear it, don't you?" she asked. He nodded slowly. "A hum." "Yes," she said. "The earth hums when it is awake. Most days we are too busy to notice." Tupac settled onto a nearby rock, the sun warming his poncho. Amaya's grandmother taught her that sound is the bridge between the seen and the unseen, he said. She said even the smallest sound carries memory. The wind over stone, the cry of a bird, the breath between words. Amaya nodded. When we listen long enough, the world begins to speak back. For a while the three of them stood in companionable silence. The llamas grazed quietly, their ears flicking now and then. The wind moved through the terraces like a voice too large for language. Amaya lifted her flute again, but this time she didn't play. She held it between her fingers as though considering something. "Do you know why the flute is sacred here?" she asked. Elian shook his head. "Because it breathes," she said. "Every note comes from air passing through emptiness. It reminds us that even emptiness can sing." She began to play again, a slow, lilting tune that rose and fell with the rhythm of their breath. The sound seemed to dissolve the distance between things. The llamas lifted their heads, and even the clouds seemed to pause. Tupac closed his eyes, humming softly along. "This song," he murmured, "was once played to call the spirits of the mountains before planting season. The people would gather before sunrise, and the music would tell the earth that the time of sowing had begun." Elian listened, feeling the melody settle into his chest. It was not a song of words, but of presence. When it ended, the world felt quieter. Not empty, but fuller somehow, as though the sound had left a trace of light behind. Amaya lowered the flute. "Everything here listens," she said softly. "Even silence." They began walking again, the llamas following behind. The path wound upward, the terraces dropping away below like steps descending into the clouds. The view stretched endlessly, mountains layered upon mountains, green fading into blue. Elian found himself speaking without meaning to. "It feels like walking through a dream." Tupac nodded. "Perhaps you are." Amaya smiled. "Machu Picchu has many names. One of them is the place that dreams itself awake." Elian glanced at her. "What does that mean?" "That the mountain dreamed of the city," she said, "and then called people to build it. Not the other way around. When it was finished, the people disappeared, but the dream continued." They reached a bend in the path where a stone stairway curved steeply upward. Amaya stopped and gestured toward the terraces below. "My grandmother told me each level was like a breath," she said. "When you walk them, you climb through the body of the earth itself, from her heart to her crown." Tupac smiled faintly. "You see, Elian? Even the young remember the old truths." Amaya laughed. "I am not that young. Compared to the stones, we all are," Tupac replied. As they ascended the steps, a gentle breeze rose from the valley. It carried with it the faint scent of rain. The clouds shifted, and shafts of light pierced through, striking the terraces below in bands of gold. When they reached the next plateau, Amaya motioned for them to stop. Before them stood a small circular structure made of perfectly fitted stones. A narrow slit in its wall caught the sunlight, casting a thin beam across the floor. "This is the Temple of the Sun," she said. "On the solstice, the first light passes through that slit and touches the heart of the temple." The Inca believed that in that moment, the sun and the mountain became one. Elian stepped closer, his gaze tracing the alignment. "It's perfect," he whispered. "Because it was not built to control the sun," Amaya said, "but to honor it." Tupac nodded slowly. "Harmony is strength. When you build in harmony, even the storms protect you." They stepped inside the temple. The air was cooler, denser. The stones curved around them like ribs of a great living being. Light pooled at the center, soft and golden. Amaya knelt and touched the floor. "Here," she said, "the high priests once placed water in shallow bowls. When the sun entered, the light shimmered through the surface and danced on the walls. They said it was the sun teaching them how to move like light." Elian looked around, feeling the air vibrate faintly. "It still feels alive," he murmured. Tupac placed a hand on his shoulder. "Because it is. Everything that has ever been sung or prayed here still breathes in the stones." For a long moment, they stayed there in silence, surrounded by the hum of ancient energy. The mist swirled at the doorway, carrying echoes of distant flutes and the whisper of rain. Finally, Amaya rose. "Come," she said. "The llamas will be waiting. And I want to show you something the tourists never find." They followed her out of the temple and along a narrow trail that curved behind a ridge. The path grew steeper, but the view was breathtaking. Terraces flowing down like ripples in a green sea, clouds brushing the peaks like smoke. After some time, they reached a small plateau with a single stone carved in the shape of a three-dimensional cross, not a cross of faith, but of balance. Each arm represented one of the three worlds of Inca cosmology: the underworld of serpents, the world of humans, and the heavens of the condor. Amaya brushed her fingers along its surface. "They called this the Chicana," she said, "the bridge between worlds." Every Inca carried its pattern, in carvings, in textiles, even in their steps. Tupac added quietly, "They believed that when one's heart beat in rhythm with the earth, the bridge opened, and then one could walk between worlds without leaving this one." Elian gazed at the carving, his hand resting against it. "I think I understand," he whispered. Amaya smiled knowingly. "Understanding comes later. For now, it is enough to feel." The clouds had thickened again, veiling the sun in a soft halo. The sound of distant thunder echoed faintly through the valley. A few drops of rain fell, glimmering as they touched the stone. Tupac lifted his face to the sky. "The mountain speaks," he said. They stood together as the rain fell, gentle, cleansing, alive. It did not feel like an interruption, but a continuation, as if the air itself had decided to join their conversation. When it passed, the mountain glowed brighter than before. Mist curled upward from the terraces, wrapping the city in luminous threads. The llamas grazed quietly nearby, shaking droplets from their coats. Amaya looked toward the horizon. "Do you see that ridge?" she asked, pointing to a faint outline beyond the fog. "Beyond it lies a spring that never runs dry. They say it flows from the dream of the mountain itself." Tupac smiled faintly. "That is where we go next." There, the stones remember in a different way. Elian looked at them both, feeling the rhythm of the place settle deep inside him, in his pulse, in his breath, in the quiet between heartbeats. The world no longer felt separate. Everything, the stones, the mist, the wind, seemed to move in one vast, silent accord. And for the first time he understood what Tupac had meant when he said the mountain remembers those who listen. He turned once more toward the terraces below, glowing gold beneath the thinning mist. A condor drifted across the sky, its wings tracing circles over the valley. The mountains seemed to breathe again, slow and deep. and the dreaming stones listened. Chapter 3. The Hidden Spring. The path beyond the Chacana curved steeply around the ridge, winding upward into a veil of pale mist. Each step revealed a little more of the valley below. Terraces folding into the clouds, the river glimmering faintly in the distance like a thread of silver drawn through green silk. Tupac walked first, his staff tapping softly against the stones. Behind him came Amaya, her shawl fluttering in the mountain wind, and Elian following last, his breath slow and measured. The air was thin here, yet he felt lighter than before, as if each breath was being drawn not just into his lungs, but into the quietest corners of his mind. The mist began to thin, replaced by shafts of golden light that fell between the peaks. Far below, the terraces shimmered, their curves reflecting the morning sun. The llamas trailed behind, their bells chiming faintly, an ancient rhythm that blended with the pulse of the mountain. After a time, the path narrowed to a ledge no wider than a cartwheel. On one side rose the mountain's flank, on the other dropped a sheer cliff disappearing into cloud. The sound of running water echoed faintly somewhere ahead. Amaya glanced back at Elian. "Do you hear it?" He nodded. "It sounds like a river." "It is older than any river," Tupac said. "You will see soon." The ledge widened again, opening into a small hollow sheltered by cliffs. There, half hidden among moss and vines, a spring bubbled quietly from the rock. The water shimmered with a faint blue light, as if the stone itself glowed beneath it. The air was cool and fragrant, wet stone, wild mint, and the faint sweetness of orchids growing nearby. Amaya knelt beside the spring. "This is Yaku Sumak," she said softly. "The beautiful water. My grandmother brought me here when I was a child." Elian crouched beside her. "It's so clear," he whispered. Tupac dipped his fingers into the water and let a few drops fall onto the ground. "They say this spring was born from a dream," he said. "When the mountain first formed, it dreamed of balance. It saw rivers flowing, clouds forming, stones resting in harmony. From that dream came this spring, a place where memory and water meet." Amaya filled a small clay cup and handed it to Elian. "Drink," she said, but slowly. He hesitated, then took a sip. The water was cool, almost sweet, and it seemed to hum faintly as it passed his lips. It wasn't like ordinary water. It felt alive, vibrant, as though it carried the whisper of every rain that had ever fallen on the Andes. As he drank, something stirred inside him, a sense of deep remembering, like seeing a landscape from a forgotten dream. Amaya watched him quietly. "Do you feel it?" He nodded, his voice hushed. "It feels like the mountain is inside me." Tupac smiled. "The mountain always has been. You have only now remembered." He sat on a nearby stone and closed his eyes. "The old ones called water the memory of time. Every drop that falls remembers where it has been. It carries stories of storms, of laughter, of tears shed centuries ago. When you drink from this spring, you remember not just the earth, but yourself as part of her." Elian looked into the water. Beneath the surface, he could see reflections of the clouds moving above, distorted and shimmering. For a moment, it seemed that faces appeared in the ripples, ancient, gentle, watching. "Who are they?" he asked quietly. Amaya followed his gaze. "The Apus," she said, "the spirits of the mountains. They watch over those who walk with respect." The wind shifted, carrying the faint sound of a flute. Amaya lifted her head, listening. "That melody," she murmured. "It's the one my grandmother used to play here." She stood and walked a few steps away, raising her flute to her lips. The notes that flowed out were soft and haunting, blending perfectly with the sound of the spring. Each tone seemed to ripple through the air and into the water, as though the two were conversing. Tupac opened his eyes and watched her, his expression tender. Her grandmother was one of the last guardianas del agua, the keepers of the sacred springs, he said. They listened to the rivers and knew when the rains would come. They could heal the land with sound. Elian turned to him. Do you believe she can do the same? I do not believe, Tupac said. I know. The flute's melody deepened, its rhythm slow and circular. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the mist above the spring began to swirl in patterns that mirrored the tune. Light fractured through it, forming faint rainbows that hovered just above the water. Elian watched in silence, his heartbeat syncing with the music. The mountain no longer felt distant. It was breathing through them, singing through Amaya's flute. When the song ended, silence returned, thicker, more profound. Even the wind seemed to wait. Amaya lowered the flute, her eyes bright. The spring listens, she said softly. It always listens. They stayed there for a while, each absorbed in their own quiet. A condor glided overhead, its shadow sweeping across the terraces below. The sun dipped lower, the light turning from gold to amber. Tupac broke the silence. Do you know, Elian, that this spring once saved a city? Elian looked up. No. Long ago, Tupac began, a drought came to this valley. The rivers dried, the crops withered, and the people prayed to the mountain for mercy. The priests climbed to this very spring and played the flute for 7 days and nights, never stopping. They offered songs instead of words, and on the 8th morning the clouds opened. Rain fell for 3 days, and the people lived. Amaya smiled softly. My grandmother said the mountain only needed to be reminded of its own generosity. Tupac nodded. Yes, the world always listens, but it needs to be spoken to in its own language. Elian looked again at the spring. And what language is that? Tupac's eyes twinkled. Silence, gratitude, sound without demand. The light dimmed as clouds gathered overhead. The first drops of rain fell again, gentle and warm. Amaya spread her shawl over the baskets to keep them dry. Elian tilted his face upward, letting the rain fall freely. It wasn't cold. It felt almost electric, as though every drop carried intention. He thought of the heart-shaped stone from before, the hum beneath his palm, the whisper of the mountain breathing through him. It all felt connected now. Rain, stone, sound, memory. Amaya crouched beside the spring and began to speak softly in Quechua, her voice low and rhythmic. Tupac joined her, their words weaving together in an old chant. The syllables seemed to blend with the falling rain, merging into something both earthly and infinite. Elian didn't understand the words, yet their meaning was unmistakable. Gratitude. When the chant faded, the rain slowed to a drizzle. The mist around them began to glow faintly in the setting sun. Tupac turned to Elian. Every traveler who comes here is changed, he said. Some leave with photographs, others with silence. But those who truly listen, he placed a hand over his chest. They leave with the sound of the mountain inside their heart. Elian nodded slowly. I think I hear it already. Good, Tupac said. Then you will understand what comes next. Amaya smiled, gathering her things. We should return before night falls. The path is narrow, and the fog rises quickly after sunset. They began their descent. The llamas followed closely, their bells chiming softly. The valley stretched endlessly below them, bathed now in violet light. The spring's trickle faded behind them, but its song lingered, an invisible thread connecting them to its heart. As they walked, Amaya turned to Elian. Do you dream often? Sometimes, he said, "but I forget most of them." She nodded. "Here you will not forget. The dreams of this mountain stay with you. They arrive when you least expect, sometimes in sleep, sometimes in the stillness between breaths." He smiled faintly. "Then I suppose I'll dream tonight." Tupac's voice drifted from ahead. "If you listen, you will realize you are already inside the dream." They rounded the bend that led back toward the terraces. The mist thickened again, glowing faintly in the fading light. The sound of the flute still echoed in Elian's mind, mingling with the hum of the earth. When they reached the ridge, Amaya paused and looked back at the hidden spring, now almost invisible in the fog. "The mountain has accepted you," she said quietly. "It remembers your step." Elian glanced at her, the corners of his mouth lifting. "And it will remember yours too." She smiled. "It always does." They walked on, the mist closing around them like a gentle curtain. The world grew softer, the light fading into silver dusk. Below them, the terraces gleamed faintly, their outlines blurring into the clouds. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled again, not a warning, but a heartbeat. And as the night began to fall over Machu Picchu, the dreaming stones exhaled. Chapter 4. Voices Beneath the Condor. Night came softly to the mountain. It didn't fall as it did in cities or valleys. It unfolded, like a woven shawl of indigo and silver. The dark spread gently across the terraces, wrapping Machu Picchu in a hush so profound it felt like breath. By the time Tupac, Amaya, and Elian reached the next resting plateau, the mist had turned to threads of silver fog that shimmered in the moonlight. The llamas settled beside a stone wall, their shadows merging with the dark grass. The air was cool, carrying the scent of rain, moss, and the faint mineral sweetness of wet stone. Elian stood at the edge of the terrace, gazing into the valley below. The clouds were drifting apart, revealing glimmers of starlight. The constellations shimmered like woven beads scattered across the night sky. Tupac joined him, carrying a small clay lamp that flickered softly in his hand. "The stars are brighter here," Elian murmured. "They are closer," Tupac said. "The mountain lifts us into their conversation." Amaya knelt near the llamas, unwrapping a bundle of dried maize and roasted cornmeal. She set 3 small portions onto flat stones, one for each of them, and a smaller one placed apart. She whispered a few words in Quechua before they began to eat. Elian watched her. "A prayer?" "A thank you," she said simply, "for the day, for the steps that brought us here, and for the ones that will carry us onward." The meal was quiet. The only sounds were the faint rustle of leaves, the slow breath of the animals, and the distant murmur of the river winding far below. The silence of the mountain seemed alive, not empty, but filled with invisible presence. When they finished, Tupac set the lamp upon a flat stone and adjusted it until the flame steadied. Its light cast long, soft arcs on the wall behind them, where moss gleamed faintly. "Do you know," he said, "that this place is called Hatun Kancha, the Great Enclosure?" Elian turned toward him. "What was it used for?" "For listening," Tupac said. "The Inca believed the mountain spoke most clearly at night. The priests would sit in silence until they heard what the stars were saying." Amaya smiled faintly. "Some people think they were watching the sky, but the truth is they were listening to it." Elian looked upward. The stars seemed impossibly close, pulsing with slow, radiant life. "And what do the stars say?" he asked softly. "That everything has its reflection," Tupac replied. "What is above is within. The river below is the river in your veins. The sun in the sky is the light in your heart. And the condor, He lifted his eyes to the heavens. The condor is the bridge between them. As if summoned by his words, a shadow crossed the moon. A condor, immense and silent, drifted over the terraces, its wings catching the faint silver of starlight. It glided effortlessly, a dark shape against the glowing mist. Amaya watched it with quiet reverence. "They say the condor carries the voices of the ancestors on its wings," she whispered. "When it passes, the veil between worlds grows thin." The bird circled once, twice, and then vanished into the darkness. A deep stillness followed. Tupac rose slowly. "It is time," he said. "Time for what?" Elian asked. "For listening beneath the condor's path." He motioned for them to follow and began walking toward the far edge of the terrace, where a narrow passage descended between two massive stones. The entrance was half hidden by moss and shadow. Amaya picked up the lamp and followed close behind, its glow flickering across the carved walls. The passageway led downward, spiraling gently. The air grew cooler, denser, carrying the scent of earth and time. The walls were smooth, shaped by hands long gone, and faint carvings shimmered in the lamplight. Lines, spirals, and the form of the condor etched in flight. "This," Tupac said softly, "is one of the oldest parts of the city. Few come here now. The priests once called it Quichiwasi, the House of the Rainbow, but it is older than even their name for it. The stones remember when the first light met the first shadow. They emerged into a small chamber carved deep into the rock. The ceiling arched like a wing, and from a narrow opening above, a beam of moonlight fell perfectly onto a stone at the center, shaped like a bird in mid-flight. The air hummed faintly, the kind of sound that can only be heard when the world itself is holding its breath. Elian felt the vibration before he truly heard it. A low, steady tone, deep in the chest, like the earth itself was resonating. "What is that?" he asked. "The hum of alignment," Tupac said. "This place was built where the energy of the earth meets the breath of the sky. When the moonlight touches the heartstone, they sing together." Amaya placed the lamp beside the carved condor stone. "Only when the mountain accepts those who come," she added. Tupac knelt, resting both hands upon the stone. "This chamber was used for attunement," he said. "Before great decisions, before journeys. The priests and guardians would sit in silence here until they felt the pulse of truth." Elian knelt beside him. The stone was cool to the touch, yet beneath the surface something moved. A faint rhythm, alive and ancient. His breath slowed. The sound in the room deepened. Amaya began to hum softly, her voice blending with the hum of the earth. It wasn't melody or song, it was tone. A sound without beginning or end. The air vibrated around them, gentle but powerful, wrapping them in warmth. Tupac joined her, his low voice weaving through hers like water through rock. The two tones intertwined, rising and falling until it seemed they were no longer singing but being sung. By the mountain, by the night, by the unseen hands that had carved this chamber centuries ago. Elian closed his eyes. The hum filled him. It seemed to travel through bone, blood, and thought, dissolving all distinction between sound and silence. Time ceased to exist. There was only rhythm, pulse, and light. In that stillness, images began to form behind his closed eyes. Terraces filled with people, their hands shaping stone, children carrying baskets of maize, women weaving golden thread, priests raising their faces to the sky, all moving in rhythm, their lives guided by sound, by silence, by something greater that had no name. He saw the mountain not as stone and soil, but as a vast living being. Its veins the rivers, its breath the wind, its dreams the mist that moved across its slopes. And within that dream, he saw the city as the mountain's memory made visible. Its heartbeat turned to stone. A voice came, not from outside, but from within that vision. Nothing is lost. All that is remembered lives again through sound. When Elian opened his eyes, the humming had faded. The chamber glowed faintly in the moonlight, the carved condor shimmering as if it were breathing. Amaya and Tupac were silent, their eyes closed, their hands resting still upon the stone. Finally, Tupac spoke, his voice quiet and reverent. "The condor has heard you." Elian exhaled slowly. "What does that mean?" "That you have been seen by the mountain," Tupac said, "and that the sound you carry now, the one within your heart, is the same that has moved through these stones for 1,000 years. Amaya smiled faintly. "You are part of the remembering now." They sat for a while longer in silence. The moonbeam began to shift, sliding off the stone. As it faded, the hum quieted completely, leaving behind only stillness, vast, alive and whole. When they finally emerged from the chamber, the night air was crisp and cool. The stars shone brighter than before, and the valley below shimmered with the faint glow of moonlight on wet terraces. A soft breeze stirred the ferns as they stepped out. Somewhere far above, the cry of a condor echoed through the mountains, deep, resonant, and endless. Amaya looked upward, her eyes luminous. "The ancestors are awake tonight." Tupac nodded. "They have work to do." Elian listened to the fading call. It was neither sorrowful nor joyful. It was everything at once. It spoke of time, of return, of the way sound could hold memory long after voices were gone. They began walking back toward their resting place, the mist gathering once more around their steps. Elian looked back once, toward the hidden chamber glowing faintly in the distance. For the first time, he understood why Tupac had called this place the Dreaming Stones. It wasn't that the stones were asleep. It was that they were still dreaming the world into being. The path curved upward, leading them back toward the terrace where the llamas waited. The animals lifted their heads as they approached, their bells chiming softly in greeting. The sound felt like a continuation of the hum they had just left, a living echo, gentle and eternal. Amaya sat beside the fire Tupac had rekindled. Its flames licked upward, golden and steady. She poured warm tea made from coca leaves and wild mint, handing a cup to Elian. "You will sleep deeply tonight," she said, and he smiled. "If I sleep at all." Tupac chuckled softly. "The first night after the condor's blessing is filled with dreams. They are not to be feared. Let them come, and do not try to hold them." Amaya nodded. "They will pass through you like wind through the mountain." Elian stared into the fire. The flames moved like breath, slow and fluid. Beyond them, the terraces glowed faintly under the moon. The mountain seemed to hum once more, not in sound, but in feeling, a resonance that filled the silence between his thoughts. As he drifted into sleep, the last thing he saw was the shape of the condor, carved in shadow upon the rock, its wings open, as if lifting the world. And somewhere deep within the mountain, the dreaming stones sang softly, their voices woven through time. Chapter 5. The Echo of Dawn. The mountain was still breathing when the first light appeared. It began as a shimmer, faint and uncertain, spreading through the mist like ink through water. Then, as the sun crept higher behind the peaks, the color deepened. From silver to rose, from rose to a quiet gold that kissed the stone terraces awake. Elian stirred in his blanket beside the fire. The coals still glowed faintly, pulsing like the heart of some sleeping creature. A light wind moved through the ferns, carrying the scent of dew and ash. For a moment he didn't know if he was awake or dreaming. The hum of the night still lingered in his body, soft and alive. When he placed his hand over his chest, he could feel it, a vibration, steady and deep, as if something inside him had aligned with the rhythm of the mountain itself. He sat up slowly. Tupac was already awake, seated cross-legged near the edge of the terrace. The old man faced east, where the first rays of sunlight were beginning to touch the highest stones. His poncho, draped around his shoulders, glowed faintly in the dawn light. Amaya was by the llamas, stroking one of their necks while humming under her breath, a melody so gentle it felt more like a thought than a song. Elian rose quietly and walked toward Tupac. "You never sleep?" he asked softly. Tupac smiled without turning. "The mountain sleeps for me." Elian lowered himself beside him. The valley stretched endlessly below, filled with cloud and light. The peaks glistened with a thin veil of frost that sparkled like a crown. "Last night," Elian said, "I dreamed of water and sound." The condor was flying, but when it opened its wings, they became rivers. Everywhere it passed, the earth began to bloom. Tupac nodded slowly. "That is no dream. That is a remembering. The condor carries the blueprint of the world. When it flies through your sleep, it is showing you what has always been." Amaya approached, her steps silent. "The mountain teaches through images," she said. "Dreams are the language of the stones." She handed them both cups of warm tea, fragrant with coca leaves and wild mint. Steam curled upward, blurring the edge between the world and the sky. Elian sipped, the taste grounding him in the present moment, the tang of herbs, the sweetness of life itself. Amaya settled across from them, the hem of her turquoise shawl catching the early sun. "The people who built this city," she said softly, "believed dawn was the hour when the earth was closest to the sky. They called it Inti Pacha, the breath of the sun." Tupac nodded. "It was then that they spoke their wishes, for the light listens best when it is still new." Elian looked at them both. "And what did they wish for?" "Balance," Tupac said simply. "Nothing more, nothing less. To live in rhythm with the sun, the moon, and the mountain. When you live in rhythm, you need no other miracle." He reached for his staff and pointed toward the horizon, where the first full rays of light had begun to pour over the peaks. The golden glow spilled down the terraces like liquid, each level catching the next until the entire valley seemed to ignite with life. Amaya whispered something in Quechua, her voice barely audible. Elian didn't understand the words, but he felt their meaning. Gratitude. The air trembled faintly, as though the mountain itself were answering. They sat in silence for a long time, watching the light move. Each stone seemed to awaken in its own way, some reflecting the sun like mirrors, others drinking it in until they glowed from within. It was as if the entire city had begun to breathe. After some time, Tupac rose. "Come," he said. "The mountain has shown you its heart. Now it will show you its memory." They began walking again, following a narrow path that led along the upper terraces. The air was clear and cool, the mist dissolving into ribbons that drifted lazily through the valleys. Birds called in the distance, soft, lilting cries that echoed off the cliffs. Somewhere far below, the river roared, its voice low and eternal. Elian's footsteps felt lighter, as though the earth itself was carrying part of his weight. He glanced at Tupac. "Where are we going?" "To the Temple of the Wind," Tupac said. "It lies beyond the southern ridge. Few go there now, but once it was the place where the guardians listened to the breath of the world." As they climbed, the path narrowed again, bordered by walls of stone so precisely fitted that not even a shadow could pass between them. Each block bore the faint imprint of centuries, moss growing in the cracks, sunlight painting its edges gold. Amaya ran her hand along one of the stones. Each of these has been touched thousands of times, she said softly, by builders, by rain, by prayer. The surface remembers the warmth of every hand that ever met it. Tupac nodded. Touch is a language, too. Every time we reach out with respect, the world replies. They continued in silence until the sound of wind began to rise. It came from ahead, where the mountain dipped into a narrow pass. The wind was strong but not cold. It felt alive, swirling around them with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. When they reached the opening, Elian stopped in awe. Before them stretched a vast natural amphitheater, carved from the side of the mountain. Terraces curved in perfect arcs, and at the center stood a single stone column rising toward the sky. Its surface was smooth and pale, etched faintly with spirals and lines that caught the light. "The Temple of the Wind," Amaya whispered. The air moved continuously here, not in gusts, but in waves rising and falling like breathing. As the wind passed through the terraces, it created a low, melodic tone, a sound that seemed to hover between the audible and the felt. Elian stepped forward slowly. "It's singing," he said. Tupac smiled. The builders carved the terraces to shape the wind. Every curve, every angle was tuned to the voice of the air. When the mountain breathes, the temple sings its memory. Amaya closed her eyes, standing still. Her hair lifted slightly in the wind. "It sounds different each day," she murmured. "Some say it carries the stories of those who walked here before." Elian turned slowly in place, letting the sound move through him. The tone was deep, resonant, like the distant echo of a flute. As it grew, he began to hear layers within it, subtle harmonies, whispers that seemed to speak without words. He placed his hand on the nearest stone. The vibration was unmistakable, soft yet powerful, like a pulse moving through the earth. "It's alive," he said. "It always has been," Tupac replied. "The wind is the messenger between worlds. It carries the songs of the ancestors, the seeds of prayer, the first breath of creation. Listen long enough, and you may hear your own soul speaking back." Elian stood motionless, eyes closed, letting the sound wash over him. Memories began to rise, not from his mind, but from somewhere deeper. He saw his childhood by the ocean, the way wind moved through the grass, the laughter of his mother carried across the fields. Each memory unfolded with the same rhythm, the same pulse that filled this temple. Tears welled in his eyes. "It's all the same," he whispered. "Everything that has ever moved, breathed, or lived. It's all part of the same song." Amaya opened her eyes. "Yes," she said softly, "and now you are hearing it." They stood together in silence, listening as the sound deepened and faded with the shifting air. The condor's shadow passed once more across the terraces, vast and silent, circling above as if blessing the moment. When the wind finally stilled, Tupac turned to Elian. "The mountain has taught you its three voices," he said. "The voice of stone which remembers, the voice of water which carries, and the voice of air which connects. There remains one more, the voice of fire. But that comes last." Elian met his gaze. "Fire?" Tupac smiled. "Every transformation ends in light." They began to descend the temple steps, the sound of the wind softening behind them. The air grew warmer as the sun climbed higher, filling the valley with gold. As they walked, Amaya spoke quietly. "When I was a child, my grandmother said the wind would one day carry me to the one who listens. I never knew what she meant." Elian looked at her, a question in his eyes. She smiled. "Now I do." Tupac chuckled softly ahead of them. The mountain arranges its meetings well. The path curved downward toward the terraces once more, where the llamas waited. The air shimmered with heat now, carrying the scent of herbs and sun-warmed stone. Elian paused one last time to look back at the Temple of the Wind. The spirals carved into its surface seemed to shift in the light, almost alive, almost breathing. He felt a deep calm settle over him, an understanding beyond words. The sound of the wind still moved within him, faint but eternal, like an inner song that would never fade. As they reached the lower terraces, Tupac lifted his gaze toward the horizon. "Tomorrow," he said, "we go to the place of fire, the final gate." Elian nodded slowly. "And after that?" "After that," Tupac said, "you will no longer be the one who listens. You will be the one who sings." The wind stirred once more, warm and soft. The condor cried in the distance, a single echoing call that seemed to come from both sky and earth at once. And as the sun reached its full height over Machu Picchu, the dreaming stones glowed with light, as if the mountain itself had begun to sing. Chapter 6. The Fire That Remembers. The sun was already climbing when they began the next ascent. Its warmth lingered on the terraces, turning the dew to silver smoke that drifted lazily into the air. Every step carried the scent of warmed stone, crushed mint, and the faint sweetness of flowers that only bloomed in the morning light. Tupac led the way, his staff tapping softly against the path. The sound echoed faintly, like a heartbeat. Amaya walked beside Elian, the folds of her shawl glowing in the sunlight, her eyes calm and clear. They had spoken little since leaving the Temple of the Wind. There was no need. The silence between them had changed, no longer empty, but full, like the quiet before music begins. "The place of fire," Tupac said at last, breaking the stillness. "It lies above the terraces near the crown of the mountain. Few have stood there. It is not a place of prayer, but of remembering." Elian looked upward. The peak was wreathed in light, the air around it shimmering as though alive. "And what will we find there?" "Your reflection," Tupac said. "The light you have carried all along." The path grew steeper. The mist had burned away completely now, revealing the vast expanse of the Andes, peaks upon peaks, layered like waves in a frozen sea. The wind carried the low call of distant birds, and the sky seemed endless. They stopped at a narrow ledge to rest. Below them, Machu Picchu spread out like a great stone tapestry, terraces curving in perfect rhythm, the Temple of the Sun gleaming faintly, the river winding through the valley like a vein of silver. Elian exhaled. "It's alive," he whispered. "It has always been alive," Tupac replied. "Only now you are hearing its song." Amaya poured a little water from her flask into her palm and sprinkled it over the edge of the cliff. "For the ancestors," she said softly. "For those who built the dream we now walk within." Tupac nodded approvingly. They did not build to leave monuments. They built to leave memory. They resumed their climb. The path narrowed to a series of rough-cut steps carved directly into the rock, winding upward toward a ridge that caught the full blaze of the sun. The air grew warmer, drier, the scent of moss replaced by that of dust and stone. When they reached the ridge, Elian stopped. Before them stretched a vast plateau ringed by jagged rocks that caught the light like glass. In the center was a circular pit lined with stones blackened by centuries of flame. Around it stood carved figures, half-eroded guardians with faces turned toward the sky. Amaya's voice dropped to a whisper. "The fire circle." Tupac set his staff against one of the stones and knelt by the pit. "Here," he said, "the priests once called the first fire of the solstice. It was not for warmth. It was for remembrance. Fire was the bridge between all things, the seen and unseen, the living and the eternal. Elian moved closer. The stones still bore traces of soot, their edges smooth and warm from centuries of sun. He touched one, and a faint vibration stirred beneath his fingers. "It's not cold," he said softly. "It never is," Tupac replied. "The fire never truly goes out. It simply changes form." Amaya crouched beside him. The ancients believed that fire holds memory in its light. When something burns, nothing is lost. It only transforms. Smoke becomes air, ash becomes earth, light becomes story. Tupac began arranging dry twigs and branches into the center of the circle. "To see clearly, we must light what is hidden," he said. Elian watched as Tupac struck a small piece of flint. Sparks leapt, caught the kindling, and the flame rose, slowly at first, then with growing strength. It burned golden, steady, a living thread between earth and sky. For a long time, none of them spoke. The fire crackled softly, sending ribbons of smoke into the blue air. The heat shimmered, bending the light around it until everything seemed fluid, as if the mountain itself was beginning to melt into the sky. Tupac broke the silence. "Each of the four elements has shown you its nature," he said. "Stone teaches stillness. Water teaches memory. Air teaches connection. And fire." He reached into the flame and withdrew a small ember, glowing red on the end of a stick. "Fire teaches truth." He placed the ember on a flat stone before Elian. "Look," he said. Elian gazed into it. The glow pulsed softly, alive like a heartbeat. As he watched, it began to shift, first into the shape of a flame, then into ripples of light that moved like water, then into mist, then into stone. He blinked. The shapes blended seamlessly, flowing from one into the next. "It's all the same," he murmured. "Yes," Tupac said. "The four are not separate. They are one song sung in four tones. Fire is the remembering of that song." The flame flared brighter, its light reflecting in Elian's eyes. Within it he began to see images, faces, hands, laughter, his mother, his father, the city he had left behind. Then older scenes, people shaping stone, children playing among the terraces, a woman, Amaya's grandmother, playing a flute beside the spring. Each image dissolved into the next, woven together by light. He looked at Tupac. "Why am I seeing this?" "Because the fire shows only what is true," Tupac said. "It burns away the illusion of separation. It reveals that all memory is one memory, all hearts one flame." Amaya closed her eyes and began to hum softly. The same melody she had played on her flute now rose as a wordless tone, resonating through the air. The sound joined the crackle of the fire, blending with the hum of the mountain. Elian felt something stir inside him, a warmth rising from his chest, spreading outward through every cell. It wasn't heat exactly. It was illumination. The flame flickered, and in that flicker he saw himself, not as a man standing on a mountain, but as part of the mountain itself, part of the air, the river, the stars. The boundaries dissolved. There was no I, no they, only one vast field of remembering. His breath slowed. The sound of his heartbeat matched the rhythm of the fire's crackle. Tupac's voice came softly, almost from within the light. "The fire that remembers does not destroy. It transforms. The forgetting burns away. What remains is truth." A gust of wind swept across the ridge. The flame rose higher, brighter. Sparks danced upward, carried into the sky like small suns. Elian lifted his gaze, watching as they disappeared into the blue. Tupac took a small handful of white powder from a pouch at his belt and cast it into the fire. The flames turned briefly blue, then violet. The air filled with a faint, sweet scent, something between resin and rain. The priests called this the breath of Inti, Tupac said. It awakens what sleeps. Amaya stood and stretched her hands toward the fire, palms open. Her eyes were luminous in the light. To awaken is not to learn, she said softly. It is to remember. Elian followed her gesture, raising his hands. The heat licked gently against his skin, not burning but cleansing. His mind felt clear, his heart steady. He understood now what Tupac had meant. The fire was not outside him. It was the same flame that had been burning in the stones, the water, the air, and in himself. He closed his eyes. Behind his lids, the darkness shimmered with gold. The hum returned, vast and gentle. He heard it in his bones, in his breath, in the stillness between heartbeats. When he opened his eyes again, everything seemed sharper, the air brighter, the colors deeper. The mountain pulsed with life, and he could feel it moving through him as though he were an extension of its body. Tupac watched him quietly. "You see now," he said. Elian nodded. "Yes, everything is alive, and everything remembers." The old man smiled. "The mountain has accepted you." Amaya knelt and fed another small branch into the fire. "So now," she said, "you must give it something in return." Elian looked at her, uncertain. "What can I give?" "Your sound," Tupac said, "your voice in the great song." Elian hesitated, then took a deep breath. The air tasted of smoke and sunlight. Slowly, almost instinctively, he began to hum. The tone was soft at first, unsteady. Then it deepened, steadying into a vibration that filled the circle. The mountain answered, a low resonance rising from the earth beneath his feet. The wind joined, whirling gently around them. Even the fire seemed to respond, flaring in rhythm with the sound. Amaya added her voice, and then Tupac's. 3 tones merged, different yet perfectly attuned. It was not a song of words, but of being. The sound rose higher, wrapping around the terraces, the cliffs, the sky. Birds took flight from the valley, circling above. The condor appeared again, vast and silent, gliding through the light as though carried by the music itself. When the sound finally faded, silence filled the space, not empty, but complete. The fire crackled softly, golden and alive. The mountain exhaled. Tupac turned to Elian. "You have walked through the 4 gates," he said. "Now you are not only listening, you are remembered." Elian looked toward the horizon. The sky was vast, brilliant, endless. "What happens now?" Amaya smiled. "Now you dream the world awake." The wind rose gently, swirling through the fire circle, lifting ash and sparks into the light. They shimmered for a moment, then disappeared into the air. Far below, the terraces glowed, the river sang, and somewhere deep within the mountain, the dreaming stones whispered their eternal refrain. All is remembered. All is one. Chapter 7. The Return Through Light. The mountain was no longer still. At least, not in the way Elian once understood stillness. Everything seemed to move now. The stones, the air, even the shadows, all pulsing in harmony with the rhythm that had awakened within him. He stood by the fire long after the song had faded. The flames had shrunk to embers, glowing like scattered stars upon the earth. The wind traced gentle spirals through the ashes, carrying their warmth into the morning light. Below, the world was slowly returning from its dreams. Birds glided in wide, unhurried circles. The river murmured to itself, swollen from the night's rain. The terraces shimmered with dew, each one reflecting the golden light of dawn like an altar. Tupac stood a short distance away, watching the horizon. His poncho lifted and fell with the wind. his figure steady and ageless against the brightness. Amaya was kneeling beside the fire, gathering the ashes into a small clay bowl. "Nothing of the fire is ever wasted," she said softly. "Even what burns becomes a blessing." Elian watched the smoke drift upward, curling into ribbons of light. It rose higher, then disappeared into the clear blue sky. He turned to Tupac. "You said the mountain would show me its memory. I think I understand now, but what happens when we leave?" Tupac's gaze remained on the horizon. "The mountain does not keep what it gives," he said. "It lives through those who remember. What you carry now is not knowledge, it is presence. When you return to the world, it will move through you." Elian nodded slowly. "So this is not an ending." "It never is," Tupac said, his eyes twinkling. "The return is only another beginning." Amaya rose, dusting her hands. "Then we should begin walking. The valley is waiting." The descent began in silence. The path was narrow, and the morning sun poured through the mist, painting the stone steps in gold. The air smelled of newness, wet earth, crushed grass, and the faint sweetness of blooming orchids. Each step felt different now. Where once Elian had been aware of the climb, the strain, the breath, now he felt carried. The mountain no longer resisted his movement. It guided it. The stones beneath his feet seemed to yield slightly, as though recognizing him. After a while, Tupac spoke, his tone calm and quiet. "There is a story the elders tell. They say that when the first builders came here, they did not choose the mountain. The mountain chose them. It spoke to their hearts in dreams. It showed them where each stone belonged. They were not architects. They were listeners." Amaya smiled faintly. "That is why the city feels alive. It was not built against the earth, but with it." Elian looked back at the terraces behind them, now half veiled in mist. "It feels as if it's breathing." "It is," Tupac said. "When you live in harmony, even the stones breathe." They reached a small plateau where the air opened into a vast panorama. The sun had risen fully now, flooding the valley with golden light. The river far below shimmered like molten metal, winding through the green. Elian stood still, taking it all in. His heart swelled with something that had no name: gratitude, wonder, recognition. Amaya came to stand beside him. "When I was a child," she said, "I thought the sun lived inside the mountain. My grandmother told me it only visits us each day to remind us of our own light." Elian turned to her. "And now?" She smiled. "Now I think the sun never leaves." Tupac laughed softly. "That is the wisdom of one who listens." They continued downward, passing through groves of twisted trees and patches of wildflowers. The sound of water grew louder, the echo of waterfalls hidden within the cliffs. Occasionally, Amaya would pause to touch a leaf or whisper something to the earth, as though greeting old friends. As the day wore on, the light shifted from gold to white, then to the soft amber of afternoon. The warmth wrapped around them like silk. When they reached the lower terraces, Tupac stopped. "There is something you must see," he said. He led them to a stone platform overlooking the valley. At its center was a shallow basin carved into the rock, filled with clear water. The surface reflected the sky so perfectly that it seemed to contain another world, a sky within the stone, a heaven resting on earth. "This," Tupac said, "is the mirror of Inti. It was made for reflection, not of the face, but of the soul." Elian knelt beside it. His reflection shimmered on the surface, surrounded by clouds and light. For a moment the image blurred, and in its place he saw the faces of those who had walked here before. Builders, farmers, weavers, children laughing in the sun. The vision was fleeting, yet it filled him with a sense of belonging so deep it almost brought tears. "They're still here," he whispered. Amaya nodded. "They never left. The city is their song." Tupac placed his hand on Elian's shoulder. "And now, it is yours." They sat together in silence. The only sound was the wind moving through the terraces, carrying whispers of old prayers. After a time, Tupac rose. "It is time," he said. "Time for what?" Elian asked. "For you to walk alone," Tupac said gently. "Every journey must end where it began, in the self. We have walked with you to the gates, but beyond them, the path belongs to you." Amaya smiled, though her eyes shone with emotion. "The mountain has spoken. Now it will listen." Elian felt a weight and lightness all at once. He wanted to protest, to say there was more to learn, but the truth settled quietly in him. The learning was already happening in every breath. He bowed his head. "Thank you," he said softly, "for guiding me." Tupac's eyes glimmered. "We did not guide you. We reminded you. You have always known the way." Amaya stepped forward and pressed something into his hand, a small, smooth stone. "From the spring," she said. "So you remember that the earth listens." Elian held it tightly. "And you?" he asked. She smiled. "I am part of the mountain. You will find me in the wind." Tupac lifted his staff and tapped it gently against the ground. "Go now," he said. "Carry the light. Where you walk, the stones will remember." Elian turned toward the descending path. The air shimmered with heat and brightness. Every step seemed to echo beyond sound, like a note in a song that had no end. He walked without looking back. The terraces unfurled below him, glowing like gold. The river's voice grew louder, carrying the same hum he had felt deep in the mountain's heart. Birds darted through the air, their wings flashing white against the sky. He descended for what felt like hours, though time had lost its shape. The sunlight grew warmer, almost blinding. When he reached the lower ridge, he paused, turning to look once more toward the summit. The peak was radiant, wrapped in cloud and light. He could no longer see Tupac or Amaya, but he felt them, within the wind, within the hum that now lived in his pulse. He closed his eyes. The warmth of the sun washed through him, and for a moment the boundary between himself and the mountain dissolved completely. He was breath, stone, water, fire, everything and nothing, remembered and remembering. A voice rose within him, calm and infinite. "What you have sought, you have always been." When he opened his eyes, the world was alive in a way he could never have imagined. The air shimmered with subtle light, like threads connecting every leaf, every stone, every heartbeat. The river glowed faintly as it moved. The bird's wings left trails of silver through the sky. Even his own shadow pulsed with quiet life, as if it too were breathing. He smiled. The mountain was no longer something outside him, it was within. The path leveled out, leading to the valley floor. The sun was descending now, painting everything in copper and rose. The hum of the river grew louder, merging with the whisper of the wind. As he walked, he noticed a group of villagers tending to their fields below. They moved slowly, rhythmically, their laughter carried on the breeze. One of them looked up and waved. Elian raised a hand in return, the motion instinctive, like an old memory returning. The man smiled, then bent back to his work. The moment was simple, yet it shimmered with the same holiness as the mountain's peak. Elian continued until he reached the riverbank. The water flowed smooth and bright, its surface rippling with sunlight. He knelt and cupped his hands, drinking deeply. The taste was familiar, cool, clear, humming with life. When he looked up, the mountain reflected in the river's surface. For a heartbeat, the reflection shimmered, not as stone, but as light, radiant and alive. Then it settled again, still and serene. He smiled. "I remember," he whispered. The wind stirred gently, carrying the faint sound of a flute. Distant, soft, eternal. And as the last light of day melted into the river, Elian felt the truth settle fully within him. He was not leaving Machu Picchu. He was becoming it. The terraces, the mist, the laughter of the past. All of it flowed through him now. And somewhere high above, where the sun met the stone, the dreaming stones exhaled once more, not in farewell but in recognition. Chapter 8. The city that dreams itself awake. The city was not how he remembered it. Perhaps it had not changed at all. Only he had. The hum was still there, low and constant, but now he could hear it beneath everything. The thrum of traffic, the footsteps on pavement, the whisper of wind between buildings. It was the same hum that had filled the terraces of Machu Picchu, only now it wore a different skin. Elian stood at the edge of a crowded plaza, the sun reflecting off glass and stone. People moved quickly around him, their faces focused on screens, their hands clutching coffee cups, their minds elsewhere. Yet even here, in the heart of noise and motion, he could feel the rhythm, steady, ancient, alive. He took a slow breath. The air smelled of rain and concrete and blooming jacarandas. Somewhere, a street musician played a pan flute. The melody wove through the city's noise like a memory returning. For a moment he closed his eyes. The sound carried him back to the mountain, to the hum beneath the stone, to Amaya's voice, to Tupac's laughter echoing against the cliffs. It was all still there, layered beneath the present moment like a second world superimposed on this one. When he opened his eyes, he smiled. The city had never stopped singing. He had simply learned to hear it again. He began walking. The rhythm of his footsteps blended with the pulse of the street, a heartbeat within a heartbeat. The morning crowd parted easily around him, as though the air itself made space for his movement. As he passed a small park, he noticed a boy sitting alone by a fountain, tossing pebbles into the water. The boy's face was intent, his gaze following each ripple as it spread and faded. Elian slowed, watching. "Trying to make it reach the other side?" he asked gently. The boy looked up, startled, then grinned. "Every time I throw one, the ripples stop before they get there." Elian smiled. "Maybe they don't stop. Maybe they just keep going where you can't see." The boy considered that. He tossed another pebble and watched the rings widen. "You think so?" Elian nodded. "Everything keeps moving, even silence." The boy looked at the water again, his expression thoughtful. Then he smiled. "That's cool." Elian left him with that thought and continued on. The hum followed, threading through every sound. Laughter from a cafe, a car horn, a dog barking in the distance. The whole city seemed to breathe. He passed a row of jacaranda trees, their petals falling like violet snow. One drifted onto his sleeve. He held it in his palm, tracing its delicate veins. It pulsed faintly with light. Or maybe that was the reflection of the sun, he couldn't tell. Either way, it felt alive. As he walked, he began to notice small things that shimmered with the same presence as the mountain. The rhythm of a woman's laughter spilling through an open window, the way sunlight caught on a puddle, the quiet exchange of smiles between strangers. Everywhere there was connection. He crossed a bridge spanning the river that divided the city. The water moved quickly, its surface broken by light. The sound of it brought a memory. The spring at Yakusumak, the way Amaya had said water carries the memory of time. He leaned over the railing, watching. The current reflected fragments of the world above. Sky, glass towers, birds in motion. Then, just for a moment, the reflection shifted, and he saw the terraces of Machu Picchu rippling beneath the surface, the same light, the same stone. He blinked and it was gone, but he knew it hadn't been a trick of the eye. The mountain was not a place one left behind. It lived within everything that remembered. On the other side of the bridge, a woman stood selling flowers from a wooden cart. The blooms were wild and bright, marigolds, lilies, small white orchids. Elian stopped, drawn by their scent. "How much for one?" he asked. The woman smiled, her eyes dark and kind. "Take it," she said, offering him a single orchid. "You look like someone who already paid for it a long time ago." He accepted it without protest, tucking the flower gently into his shirt pocket. "Thank you," he said. She shrugged. "You remind me of my grandfather." He used to talk to everything, stones, trees, even the wind. Said they all answered him back. Elian's smile deepened. He was right. She looked at him curiously, but by then he had already started walking again. The streets began to fill as the day advanced. The hum of engines, voices, and footsteps rose to a crescendo, yet it never felt chaotic. Each sound seemed to belong to a larger harmony, the city's own version of the song he had heard in the Temple of Wind. He passed an old stone church, whose steps were worn smooth by centuries of use. Inside, a single candle burned before a statue of the Virgin, its flame steady despite the open door. He paused in the doorway. The air was cool and smelled faintly of wax and incense. The light from the stained glass windows painted the floor in patches of red, blue, and gold. He moved closer to the candle. Its small flame mirrored the fire that had burned atop the mountain, the same steady pulse, the same gentle truth. He whispered, "The fire that remembers." And for a moment, the flame flickered as though it heard him. He left a coin in the bowl and stepped back into the sunlight. Outside, the sky was deep blue, streaked with clouds that looked like trails of smoke rising from invisible fires. The city stretched endlessly before him, alive and shimmering. As he walked through the narrow streets, the hum began to change. It wasn't just sound anymore, it was a feeling, a vibration that connected everything. The city's walls glowed faintly with warmth. Even the shadows seemed filled with light. He turned a corner and found himself in a quieter part of town, old stone buildings with ivy climbing the walls, cobblestone streets that echoed softly underfoot. There, in the courtyard of a small cafe, a group of musicians played guitars and drums. The rhythm was simple, but something in it caught him, a pattern that felt familiar. He stopped to listen. The melody rose and fell like breath. Beneath it he heard the undertone, the hum, the pulse of the earth. Without thinking, he began to tap his hand against the side of his leg, matching the rhythm. The music flowed through him, ancient and new at once. When one of the musicians noticed him, he smiled and nodded toward a spare drum. "Join us, hermano." Elian hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. The drum was smooth and warm beneath his hands. He struck it gently, letting the rhythm carry him. The others followed his lead, and soon the sound deepened. A heartbeat, a conversation. The music filled the courtyard, spilling out into the street. People stopped to listen. A woman began to dance, her movements fluid and free. As the sun dipped lower, the golden light wrapped around them all. For a moment, it was no longer a city, no longer separate people, but one field of sound, one pulse, one memory. When the last note faded, silence fell, soft, luminous, full. The musicians grinned, breathless. The man beside him clapped him on the back. "That," he said, was not music. That was prayer. Elian smiled. Sometimes they are the same. He stayed until the light began to fade. When he finally left, the sky above the city glowed violet and rose, just as it had on the mountain. He walked toward the river again, the hum soft but constant within him. The reflection of the light shimmered across the water, shifting and alive. He thought of Tupac's words. The return is only another beginning. As he crossed the bridge, the city lights flickered in the distance. Each window, each street lamp, each passing car, all of them small fires remembering their source. He reached the far side and turned back for one last look. The skyline rose like a crown of flame. And for just a moment, fleeting yet absolute, he saw it. The mountain superimposed upon the city. Terraces of glass and stone, rivers of light flowing through every street, the hum of the earth vibrating beneath everything. The city was not separate from the mountain. It was another face of the same dream, the same consciousness remembering itself through different forms. He smiled. Somewhere a flute began to play. Faint, familiar, infinite. And as the first stars appeared over the skyline, Elian whispered the truth he had carried from the peak. The world is awake, and I am its dream. The wind stirred, carrying the scent of rain and light. The hum deepened, resonant and whole, and far above, unseen but ever present, the dreaming stones of Machu Picchu glowed once more, not in the mountains, but in the heart of every soul that remembered. Chapter 9. The Eternal Song. Months passed. Yet time no longer felt like something that moved forward. It circled, quietly, endlessly, like the sound of wind turning through the terraces of a mountain that never forgot. Elian's apartment overlooked the river. In the mornings, the sunlight spilled through his window, scattering across the walls in golden ripples. The hum was always there, soft, low, and constant. Sometimes it was in the sound of the water against the bridge, sometimes in the murmur of voices on the street below. He had begun to write again, but not as he used to. Words no longer came from thought. They came from listening. He would sit at his small wooden table, close his eyes, and wait. The hum would rise, gentle and alive, until it became a rhythm, a pulse, a story. Then he would begin. His notebooks filled with images, the breath of mountains, the light between raindrops, the sound of fire remembering itself. He never wrote with an audience in mind. The writing itself was prayer, a way to keep the mountains speaking through him. And somehow the world found its way to those words. People began to read what he shared. Small reflections at first, simple sentences posted in quiet corners of the internet. There is a rhythm beneath every moment. Listen long enough, and even silence begins to sing. The stones remember, the water carries, the air connects, the fire transforms. We are all made of the same song. They resonated, spreading like the sound of a bell carried on the wind. One morning he received a letter from a woman who lived by the sea. She wrote, "When I read your words, I can hear the ocean differently. It hums, it breathes, it feels alive." Another came from a man in a hospital bed. "I began listening to the rhythm of my heartbeat. I think I heard the mountain there too." Elian smiled when he read them. He never replied. He didn't need to. The mountain was already answering. As the weeks went by, something began to call him outward again. Not to leave, but to share. He found himself walking through the city with a small flute Amaya had once given him. Its body was carved from dark wood, smooth and light. He would sit by the river at dusk and play. The notes were simple, rising and falling like breath. People walking by would slow, drawn by the sound. Some stayed, others closed their eyes. The music needed no explanation. It reached what words could not. Children would gather near the water, their laughter weaving through the melody like sunlight through leaves. Pigeons circled overhead. Somewhere in the distance, church bells chimed. The city seemed to glow from within, its rhythm aligning to the same unseen pulse. Sometimes as he played, he could feel the air itself shift, as though the wind from the Andes had traveled across mountains and oceans to listen. He imagined Tupac smiling somewhere beyond the horizon. He imagined Amaya standing beside the spring, her flute echoing his across the miles. And the mountain. He could feel it, always. Not as a memory, but as presence. A vast, steady heartbeat beneath the skin of the world. One evening, as the sun sank low, turning the river to molten gold, a girl approached. She couldn't have been more than 7 or 8. She stood silently beside him for a while, listening. Then she tugged at his sleeve. "Why does your music sound like the wind?" she asked. Elian smiled. "Because the wind taught it to me." She frowned, thinking. "Can the wind teach me too?" "It already is," he said softly. "You just have to listen." The girl tilted her head, eyes half closed, and stood very still. After a moment she smiled. "I think I hear it." Elian's chest warmed. "Then you've remembered." Her mother called to her from a distance. The girl waved goodbye and ran off, her laughter echoing across the bridge. Elian watched the ripples on the water fade. The hum deepened. He began to play again, slower now, the notes dissolving into the evening air. The city lights shimmered like fireflies. He thought of how Tupac had said that every traveler who listens leaves with the mountain inside their heart. He understood now that it had never been just the mountain. It was life itself that listened, that remembered, that dreamed. That night, he dreamt he was walking once more through the terraces of Machu Picchu. The mist glowed silver, and the air was full of quiet music. Amaya stood by the spring, her shawl shimmering with turquoise light. Tupac sat nearby, smiling as if he had been waiting. "You've carried the sound well," Tupac said. "The mountain sings through you now." Elian bowed his head. "But the world is so loud. Sometimes I think it can't hear me." Tupac chuckled. "The world hears what it needs. You are not the sound. You are the space that lets it be heard." Amaya raised her flute and played a single note. It hung in the air like light through crystal. "When one heart remembers," she said, "the whole world trembles a little closer to awakening." Elian closed his eyes. The hum surrounded him, vast and tender. It wasn't coming from the stones or the wind or the fire. It was everywhere, the pulse of creation itself. When he awoke, dawn was breaking. The light spilling into his room was soft and golden. Outside, the river shimmered, and the city was still. He sat at his table, opened his notebook, and began to write again, not to capture anything, but to translate what already was. He wrote, "Every sound is a bridge. Every silence, a gate. Every heart, an echo of the first vibration." He paused, looking out the window. The world glowed faintly, alive in the half-light of morning. He smiled and wrote one final line. "There is no end to the song." He closed the notebook gently, his hand resting on its cover. Then, without thinking, he lifted the flute to his lips and played. The notes rose, clear and soft, winding through the open window, across the river, and into the awakening city. They brushed against the rooftops, slid down the streets, and threaded through the hum of morning life. The sound of buses, the footsteps, the voices. Somewhere a woman paused at her window and smiled without knowing why. Somewhere a child turned toward the breeze and laughed. Somewhere the rhythm of the world shifted, just slightly, toward harmony. And in that moment, the city was not separate from the mountain, nor the mountain from the stars. They were one field of sound, one vast breath moving through time. The dreaming stones hummed across distance, their vibration rippling through rivers and streets, through hands and hearts, through everything that had ever listened. And far above, where clouds brushed against the golden peaks, a condor rose into the air. Its wings caught the morning light, and for an instant the whole world seemed to pause, listening. The hum deepened, steady and infinite. The city exhaled, the mountain exhaled, the earth exhaled, and in that shared silence, so full it shimmered, the song continued, unbroken, eternal. The dreaming stones of Machu Picchu had remembered, and through every heart that listened, they would never forget.